Hello, mic check one, two, three. Mic check one, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there we go. I mean, you can move it.
Okay. I call the meeting of the Sweetwater County School District Number 1 Board of Trustees to order on this day, November 9th, 2020. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll proceed with the recognition, and if we might have the board come forward, just right up here in front. And we'll just kind of spread out.
Good evening, Chair Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern, and members of the board. Boy, it feels like it's been a while since I've done this. We would like to recognize some of our employees for 25 years of service and some of our classified retirees tonight. First, we would like to recognize for 25 years of service, Pat Atwood. She's the Student Information Systems Specialist district-wide. Pat?
share with her to say thank you.
Shonda Macy, 25-year recognition as a paraprofessional at Rock Springs High School. And Miss Tonette West, our executive secretary for this central administration building. Next, we would like to honor some of our retirees. Miss Patricia Atwood, who's been with us 25 years, beginning August 1995. She's been at East Junior High School as the guidance secretary, Central Administration Building as the technology specialist, and student information systems specialist. Pat, congratulations, and you will be very missed. Come on up.
I know. It all at once.
We also have Laura Cole, who's been with us 24 years, beginning August 1996. She began at Lincoln Elementary and East Junior High School as a library paraprofessional, and was at Pilot Butte and now Westridge Elementary as an office and classroom paraprofessional. Laura is not with us tonight. Teresa Perius has also been with us for 24 years, beginning January of 1996. She's been a district-wide nutrition services, inventory clerk, purchasing agent, coordinator, and assistant director. Teresa Perius, I don't believe is with us tonight this evening either. Last, we would like to recognize Lenny Hay, and we would like to thank him for his 12 years of service as a board member for Sweetwater School District Number 1. Lenny began his adventures as a board member around December 2008, serving as a trustee, a treasurer, a clerk, a vice chairman, and a chairman. Lenny, you will be very missed, and thank you so much for everything that you have done. That concludes recognition.
Mrs. West, if we could have the roll call, please.
Mr. Batolo,
Here.
Mrs. Thompson,
Here.
Mr. Hay,
Here.
Mr. Reedy,
Here.
Mr. Mickelson,
Here.
Mr. Jackman,
Here.
Chairman Jellicoe.
Here. Item 2B, I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been motion by Mr. Mickelson, second by Mr. Batolo. All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Agenda is approved. We also have an addendum tonight. I would entertain a motion to approve the addendum.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson and second by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Item number 3, communications and correspondence or public comment. If a member of the public initiates specific complaints or charges against an employee in order to protect the employee's rights to privacy and due process, the board will only hear those complaints or charges in closed session. The board encourages concerned individuals to file complaints using the appropriate district complaint procedure and appropriate forms which can be obtained from the district's website. As per policies BDDH and KD, please limit your comments to the board to one time. I'm looking for them. Here we go. Okay, we have Pam Ludich, who is a parent. Public comment. Please do not consider closing the schools again. The mortality rate of COVID is less than the common flu. Kids need schools for their mental health and educational needs. Parents need schools for the same and absolute lack of adequate childcare in the area. To close the schools is not overreactionary, but also detrimental to both families and the community. Those who are scared can have their children distance learn. The rest of us demand you do what is right and keep schools open. The second one is Trista Wales, who is a student. Her comment, I would like to suggest longer lunches next year with the time change. If there is a possibility we are changing the times we go to school and end school, then I think that you guys should consider giving us a longer lunch next year too. If we sit in class for 3 hours, give or take, then we should at least have an hour lunch. So many changes are going on next year, but I think that this should at least be considered. Even if this means taking 5 minutes off the end of every class to give us that time. I think that is just one suggestion. Of course, I realize that we don't know much about what next school year is going to look like, but please consider this. There is not enough time to get out of the building to go and get lunch and eat it, while having to cut out a chunk of that time to walk back to the building to get into line to take temperatures so that we aren't tardy for class. I hope that someone takes time to read this because there are a lot of my peers that feel the same way about this issue. Thank you for considering this. Trista Wales. Brandy McGowan, parent. Her comment, what is the likelihood that our kids will have to go back homeschooling? I think we're going to address that a little bit later on as we talk about an item on the agenda with reference to the letter. So I think we're going to have a discussion on that one. So we will answer that in a little bit later in the meeting. Larissa Appel, teacher at Rock Springs High School. Good evening. I have a concern and a couple questions. First, the concern. I'd like to make the school board aware of a situation that occurred at the high school this past week. In working to adjust and balance airflow through the air duct system, contractors opened dampers that, quote, they claimed might not have been open since 1970, end of quote. This resulted in dirt, dust, mouse poop, and miller moths shooting through the vents into offices and classrooms for nearly 2 days. This started Wednesday afternoon and persisted into Friday. My students claimed it looked like smoke in my classroom because it was so thick. Thursday morning, there was an inch of dirt covering my room. This event, while an isolated one, is extremely concerning. First, students and staff being subjected to days of inhaling God knows what is blowing out of those ducts is a large health concern. Secondly, the lack of communication and coordination between the contractors, the facilities department, and the school is upsetting. I have had several issues with my room in the last few years, which has given me a firsthand account of this poor communication. So often when this type of thing happens, the school administration is not informed when contractors will be doing work in the building. Too often it is during the school day, which disrupts instruction. Or if it does occur after school hours, often the contractors do not clean up after themselves, leaving the custodial and teaching staff to do so. My intention in bringing this to your attention is not to complain, but to bring the issue to light so that it can be addressed and to ask what can be done to prevent it from happening in the future. How do we open the lines of communication so that the school administration knows when contractors are coming and what the scope of their work will be so that an action plan can be made for cleanup or potential disruptions to teaching? Next, what options do we have with potentially going to online instruction for a short time? While the cases at the elementary schools do not seem as bad, cases seem to be rising, as well as quarantines at the high school, and the teaching staff is very concerned. There was an article yesterday that Wyoming is changing their contact tracing procedures and may not be contacting all close contacts. Also, it appears people are still planning to travel and visit family for Thanksgiving. These actions lead to a potential for increased spreading of the virus. Couple that with extreme teacher fatigue. What is the possibility of just the high school maybe going online from Thanksgiving break to Christmas break? Also, could you explain how the changes in contact tracing procedures will impact teachers and students? Thank you for taking the time to address these questions, and thank you for all that you are doing. Let's go ahead and answer some of those questions.
Okay. Chairman Jellicoe, members of the board and our community, I'll take some of those questions, and then Mr. Celeroli, do you want to follow up on the contractors? Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll start us off. A couple of the questions about going online, it goes into that first comment that our other stakeholder had mentioned as well. Lots of opinions on that issue, but a couple of facts that go along with that. Actually, our local county health officer and our state health officer are the health officials that guide when our school district would need to transition to another tier. I talked with Dr. Station today, and we talk regularly, and if any of those conversations came forward, it would be a collaborative conversation with her and I and Dr. Harris, and of course our local school board here. But a couple of things I think that are important to say that go into those kind of decisions. And I'm speaking from the health perspective, just from what we've been through. Today marks the beginning of the 13th week that we have had our schools open. And congratulations to everybody for making that happen. That has not been an easy task for us as well. But some of the questions were about what do we look at in that short amount of time? Could we go online? And those kind of things, actually, the metrics that they're using are the risk levels. And we see those on the dashboards that come through by county. If you go to the Wyoming Department of Health website, they have it there for the state, but they also have it broken down by county. And when you go in there, it'll tell you all of the tests that have been provided, the confirmed positive, the probable cases, narrowed down up to the very day. And they color code those green, yellow, orange, and red. The red, of course, is a percentage of confirmed cases that are 25% or over. Ideally, looking at some of the metrics, we would like to be green. Green is the less than 1%. So as far as metrics goes, what do they look at? They look at those daily cases for how many of those per 100,000 people are confirmed positive cases. And then they color code them accordingly. When they look at the average of the tests that are positive, they look at a rolling average for those. We talk a lot, we get data about what the daily case rate is, but they want to keep everything in context because you might get an outbreak if there was a social get-together, if there was a Halloween party, and then people leave, and then they can trace that back to a certain incident, then that's why it's really important to take a look at that rolling average and not base a decision on one day. Some of the things that we do look at is it uncontrolled within a school? And so uncontrolled, an example of that would be we don't know where the confirmations of the positive cases come from. We do not have that. It's not uncontrolled in our schools. They take a look at, is the transmission going from school out into the community? So when we have those positive cases, do they reach into our community? Also, we look at what's happening in the community. Is that being brought back into our schools? We know that the district, we follow the health orders to the T as much as we possibly can. And so we have done an excellent job really preventing the transmission from school into the community. Also, you've got to take a look at are there severe illnesses that are among our students and our staff. So is there something that can explain the context of a situation? Fortunately, we do not have that. And of course, as you know, they look at healthcare capacity. So if we have confirmed cases, do we have the healthcare available to take care of them, and our testing capacity as well? So when we look at those about what are our chances for going online, we want to keep our schools open. We want to make sure that our staff and students are in the safest environment that we can do. The one thing from an operational perspective that we have to keep in mind is the staff absenteeism and the ability to operate within the organization. So in this, I'm referring to substitute teachers. It could be to cover if we have staff that are out on quarantine. We've got all the technology pieces ready to go, so if we need to teach remotely, we can. But it's not just our teachers, it's custodial staff to keep our buildings clean, and maintenance staff, it's our food service staff. They've served over 300,000 meals. So whenever you have those kind of changes on there, we're still feeding our community for kids 18 and under. Some of the other questions that were in here, changes in contact tracing procedures to impact teachers and students. I asked that question in particular today, and that was our contact tracing. Our local county health has done a great job. When they have a higher number of confirmed cases, that makes the tracing efforts become much more difficult. But contact tracing is a work in progress, and they work with our school nurses who have helped with that tremendously. And we know our school staff and our building principals help us by getting those seating charts ready to go. So as far as what would those changes look like, we were not told of any other changes that we had coming forward. We just have that constant line of communication between our nursing staff and local county health. And our next meeting is tomorrow. What options do we have with potentially going online for a short time? In the Smart Start plan, like I had mentioned at the very beginning to answer the question, if it's a health concern, then it has to come from our health officials. We're ready to move through those tiers if we need to. The best thing that we can do for kids is remain at the tier 1. That's in-person learning. It's options for our families if they need to go online. But the options for that, we're ready to pivot and turn whenever we need to for that. But again, those would come, because that's a health decision, that would need to come in collaboration with our health officials. Chair Jellicoe, is there anything else on those questions that you want me to answer before we get into the contractors?
No, I think that pretty much, that helps to answer, I think, Brandy McGowan's questions regarding the having to go back to homeschooling. So I think that addresses both of those comments. So please
Okay.
proceed with the facilities then.
Okay. With that one, there was a couple of comments and I think maybe a question about an incident up at the high school. And I know Dan can speak to that one.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent. This is the project that we had going on where we put in the new air conditioning units, rooftop units. Okay, this was scheduled to actually start at the beginning of the summer, but because of COVID, we couldn't get delivery, so it actually went on well beyond what it was supposed to. Now, those 3 rooftop units, each one of them has 6 zones. Okay, they're multi-zone systems. So we had in excess of 18 zones. Of the 18 zones, we had an issue with one apparently, and it was one that I believe you were included on, Chair Jellicoe, you were on one of the emails. It was mainly due to sound. They were having some noise issues up there, and so we did communicate with the teacher in that room every time. We told her when the guys were going to be up there. Mark was pretty good about it. I have the emails here saying when he was, when the contractor was going to be there. We were also waiting for the manufacturer to come. So anytime I get an issue like this, it bothers me because we do take a lot of pride in making sure that our schools are safe for the kids. Our guys take extra care in doing things. But some of the things in here, honestly, I have to address because it can't be right. When I get these complaints, I'm usually one of the last ones to know, and so I have to go around and garner all the facts. When people talk about, when I hear them saying that there was an inch of dust in the room. So the first thing I did was I talked to the contractor independently. I talked to Mr. Portillo independently. We talked to Maria, who is the head custodian for the high school. One of the things that they all verified, and I didn't talk to them all at once, I talked to them all separately, was the night that happened. What happened was, and this goes back to the scope of the work. When you're doing a renovation, you don't know what the scope is. You kind of have an idea you're going to replace something. As they started getting in, we start getting complaints from this one particular classroom because of the noise. The noise was due to, which they didn't know until they got the system running, they had some dampers that were shut. We have no idea how long these dampers were shut. So they went in there that evening to get this thing balanced out. They found the dampers were shut. They opened up the dampers. As a result, it blew dust and other things into the classrooms. Once they saw that, they notified the custodial staff. The custodial staff and some of the workers from Vaughn's spent that evening cleaning up all those areas. At least the classrooms I verified for sure. So the next day, Marie, who is pretty much a stickler for having our schools in good, clean, order, went in at 6 o'clock in the morning, spent another hour and a half cleaning up all those areas to meet what she considers her expectations of cleanliness. So an inch of dust on, in that classroom, I find it hard to believe. The other thing too is to say that there was enough dust in the air that looked like smoke. Our smoke detectors are checked on a regular basis. We had a steam leak, a slight steam leak over at the junior high, and that steam leak set off all the detectors. So to have that much dust in the air and not set off a detector, I will have, and the guy is here today and he'll be here tomorrow, checking our smoke detectors because that doesn't sound right. As far as communications, as this board knows and previous boards know, every time we have a major project, we inform the board, we inform the superintendent, we go out to bid, we talk to the building administrators. We outline what we're going to do in those buildings to the building administrators. The building administrators are well aware of what's going on. I trust and I believe that they do, communicate what they feel is necessary down to their staff. As far as the people working at night, we knew that this project was not going to be done before school was let back. So we talked it over with the school administrators, and they knew that these contractors would be working in the evenings as well as weekends if needed, so that there would be no disruption of the classes. So are they informed? Yes, they are. When you have an issue with a particular classroom, our contractors went out of their way to even talk to some of the folks. I have documentation here where the claim of that they were not told. I have an email here that says guys came, they stared at the ceiling, they never said anything, they left. Well, the guys who went there to look at the ceiling or stare at the ceiling, one was the owner of Bonds and the other one was the design engineer. They also talked to those teachers. You know, I get it. When somebody's unhappy about something, I expect a complaint. But to put something of this magnitude in a public comment, and I feel that it should have been maybe vetted to me first, because I can cover these inconsistencies. There's just too many things here that by talking to the contractors in charge, by talking to Mark Bertillo, Marie, and I mean, people that I trust what they're telling me. And I have a hard time believing. It says here that, how do we open the lines of communications? As I stated in the past, when we do a project, that is our protocol. We go to the building administrator, we tell them, we agree, we talk about times, what we can do, what we can't do. From then on, it's really difficult for our office to tell the administrators, hey, they're going to be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sometimes you have issues come up. Sometimes with COVID, you have up with satellite, we had to send a whole crew home. So there's things that come up that being there consistently is very difficult to nail them down. But they do know that they will be working in the evening. As far as where they're going to be working, this is a big project. Like I said, there's 18 zones in this project, and they take care of 30,000 square feet. So to tell people we're going to be in this area and that area, it's not practical. When you do a renovation, I'll give you an example. My mother-in-law is older, and she wanted stabilizer bars in her bathtub. No problem. I'll take out this one wall, put them in. When I was done, I had to rewire the bathroom because it was plaster lath. I ended up sheetrocking all of the bathroom, put in new fixtures. I ended up running new water lines in the house. You just don't know when it comes to a renovation. If you know that something is going to happen, can you do a proper procedure? Sure. But when you get there, and this with the dampers was a great example. They put those units in. That was the scope of the work. They took off the old units and they put new units in with indirect cooling. That was the scope of their work. They turn it on. It doesn't work effectively the way it was designed. You have to then start troubleshooting what's going on. As you troubleshoot, and it's in the evenings, nighttime, you can't run to the store and get some things that you may or may not be able to use. Things happen. And I apologize that we had an issue in one classroom. I have my doubts that it was as bad of an issue because I have 17 other zones, 30,000 square feet. If people didn't say anything and they did have an issue, I want to tell them personally, thank you, because it's no easy task to go in the evenings and bring these schools up to today's standards. Everybody's been wanting air conditioning in that school since I've been here 6 years, so I imagine longer than that. We finally made it happen. And again, like I said, if I apologize for the one inconvenience, I really do apologize. One of my guys says, well, it's a good thing for COVID. And I looked at it like I was horrified. He says, everyone was wearing the mask. Okay, so even as far as from the respiratory standpoint, I get it. It's an inconvenience, but I don't know how you can prepare for this. It's a renovation. I can only ask people to be understanding. If they have issues, if this was like this on, I think it says here on Wednesday, okay, Tuesday, an email was sent out to the building administrator and to this teacher saying that they were going to be there that night. If the next day when they came in and that classroom was a mess, I should have been notified. I should have been called immediately. I would have taken care of it. Mark was called, Mark was notified. I wasn't. Mark contacted the contractor and he sent them back a letter saying the guy's going to be here again. He's from the factory. This is what they ran into. And I still didn't hear anything until I get the same thing that's in public comment. You know, we gotta be more easy to work with. You know, I'm not asking people to give everything that we do a pass, but when you're taking on a task like this, that's in the best interest of the students and the staff overall, and we have an issue, we need to talk about it. You know, I'm always okay defending what we do at public comment, but it seems to me like some of these things could have been easily avoided had I been notified right away. I'll take any questions on this.
Any questions? Thank you for the explanation. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent McGovern, as well. Our next public comment is from Tiffany England, who is a parent. After the message sent on Halloween to parents regarding the possible changes of tiers in our schools, I am wondering what metrics or data you are going to use regarding any decisions made in changing the tier we are in. For example, in the state of Utah, each building has to have a certain number of cases within that building to move to virtual, and if that is done, they are virtual for 2 weeks. What numbers or data will be used in Sweetwater 1 to determine changes? Also, as of now, as far as I am aware, there is no spread of COVID-19 within our schools. Would you change tiers based on community spread rather than school spread? And I believe that question has also just been answered by Superintendent McGovern. Thank you for your time. Catherine Adams is a grandparent. This concerns harassment of my granddaughter by school officials at the Farson School. The next public comment, Cheryl Notman, Sweetwater Education Association President. Her comment, I would like to thank you to the community members that ran for Sweetwater #1 School Board this past election. That says you are willing to give of yourself and make a commitment to our district, and I thank you for that. I want to congratulate Chairman Jellicoe, Mr. Mickelson, and Mrs. Thompson. I look forward to continue working with you. Welcome, Mrs. Summers, to the board. I look forward to getting to know you and working with you as well. To Mr. Hay, I would like to say thank you for your work on this board and your years of service and dedication. In appreciation, Cheryl Notman. And that concludes the communications portion of the meeting. Item number 4, the treasurer's report. Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Give me just a second to pull it up. All right. For the general fund, month of October 2020, we started with $4,378,181.75. And we finished with cash of $9,345,223.86. At the school lunch program, we started with, we ended it with $732,296.83. And for Head Start, we had an ending cash balance of $63,305.37. And that concludes the trip report.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Hay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Batolo. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, the warrants. Again, Mr. Jackman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. District warrants from October 9th, 2020 to November 9th, 2020 were check number 139747 through 140369, totaling $5,520,389.01.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Reedy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Moving on to agenda item number 6, the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion unless members of the board request specific items to be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. Minutes. 6A, approval of the minutes from the October 12th, 2020 regular meeting. 6B, approval of the minutes from the October 12th, 2020 executive session. Finance. 6C, approval of the bid for bulk custodial supplies. Technology. 6D, post approval to purchase swivel links to be used with swivel robots.
Hold, please.
6E, approval to renew file waive licensing. Facilities. 6F, post approval of the quotes for the roof replacement on 13 Farson teacherages. 6G, approval and authorization of the payment for the environmental controls maintenance contract. Okay, we have a hold on 6D. I would entertain a motion to approve items 6A through 6G with the exception of 6D.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Patolo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Going to 6D. Post approval to purchase swivel links to be used with swivel robots. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Jackman. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
I was just curious. I know that the swivels have been everything that we dreamed they would be, I guess. And I'm this specific link to help make them better.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackman, I didn't catch most of that. You were cutting out pretty bad.
I'm sorry. I know the swivel cameras haven't been, everything that we hoped they would be, and teachers are, and kind of, they're just another tool. And I'm curious how this will help them.
So the feedback I have received on the swivel cameras has actually been pretty positive, especially from the students who are learning from home. It has completely changed their perspective of how the classroom operation is going. So I'm not quite sure what you're talking about with that piece. The big difference with the swivel links is it's going to give the teachers some more flexibility with their robots, so they do not have to have them within 10 feet of their computer. So they'll be able to move it to different parts of the classroom as needed instead of having to have that tether to their laptop.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, there is a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. Okay, let's go to the addendum. Item number 1 on the addendum, there is, under warrants, we have requesting approval to release the following payments once all supporting documentation has been received and approved. Plan 1 Architects for $17,060.04 for Rock Springs Satellite High School. Inman Roofing Incorporated for $109,703, which is the Lowell School re-roofing. Item number 2 is personnel. Brooke Flattery, special education instructor at Blackview High School, has submitted her resignation effective November 13th, 2020. Recommend acceptance pending a suitable replacement is found. Item number 3 is facilities. 3A, one bid was received by the District Facilities Department for the purchase of a utility vehicle for Rock Springs High School. Recommendation to award the bid for the purchase of the Kubota RTV X1 100 CWL-H utility vehicle from Cheyenne Kubota in the amount of $32,990. This purchase will be funded with recreation mill funds. Item 3B, bids were received by the District Facilities Department for the purchase of 7 all-terrain vehicles. The bid recap is listed. Recommendation to award the bid for the purchase of 7 2021 Polaris Sportsman 450 HO all-terrain vehicles to Intermountain West Power Sports in the amount of $46,524.95. This purchase will be funded with capital project funds. Technology. Recommendation of the emergency purchase of Securely content filter from Insight Public Sector for 6,500 users. After communication from the state during the week of November 2nd, 2020, there is the possibility they will be moving away from iBoss due to a lack of districts utilizing the program. It has come to our attention that iBoss is causing bottleneck issues with internet speeds and preventing students and staff from maintaining connections and accessing content. With the number of students and staff participating in classroom-based virtual, it is critical that the district provides the best speeds and access possible. After receiving feedback from other districts around the state, many are moving to Securely as this alleviates those problems experienced with iBoss. This purchase is in addition to the emergency items previously approved by the board. This technology item is aligned with the district's reentry Smart Start plan and will be used for teaching and learning in tiers 1, 2, and 3. These will be funded through federal relief funds pending guidelines for approval. Technology department obtained 3 competitive quotes summarized below. The recommendation is to purchase through Insight Public Sector in the amount of $24,700. Request for approval to release this payment once all supporting documentation has been received and approved. I am going to stop there and ask for a motion on those 4 items for approval.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Hay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jackman. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, items number 1 through 4 are approved. Moving to item number 5. General board business. And I'm going to read this as a letter as part of a cooperative group. Recommendation to allow the district to sign a collaborative letter with Southwest Wyoming's largest employers to urge Governor Gordon to consider imposing a statewide mask order. A draft copy of the letter is what I statewide mask order. We are growing increased positive COVID-19 cases. Just in the last week, the Sweetwater County positivity rate has spiked from less than 2% to over 15%, with 100 new cases in 6 days. A third Sweetwater resident has died from COVID-19 complications. Uintah County's situation is similarly critical. As major employers, business, the incidence of COVID-19 in the community now poses a significant threat to our organizations and our ability to maintain adequate staffing levels to keep our doors open. The well-being of our employees, their families, and neighbors is threatened with diminishing ICU bed capacities in our hospitals, compounded with diminishing capacity to transfer non-COVID patients to other hospitals for necessary procedures. While we all committed to employee safety, we need to know that emergency treatment is available should it be required. We fully appreciate your actions in being a role model and for reminding our fellow Wyoming citizens at every opportunity to wear masks when in public. You recognized early on in the pandemic that there was sufficient, clear, scientific evidence that wearing masks was one of the most effective ways to decrease the spread of COVID-19 and thus would reduce the spread of the virus and keep Wyoming's economy open. We would be the first to acknowledge that this is not an easy decision given Wyoming's strong culture of independence and personal freedom. At the same time, it is somewhat encouraging, even though we are lagging other states, that 67% of Wyomingites are wearing masks in public, according to a recent study. How can we help you emphasize that those who have chosen to take the personal responsibility to wear a mask are supporting our independence and personal freedom? Now, particularly with flu season upon us, is not the time to let up and allow the virus to overwhelm our operations, schools, and the healthcare system. With your continued leadership and support, we believe a statewide mask order will work to get more of our fellow citizens on board and understand the seriousness and severity of the virus. Okay, that is the end of the draft letter. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Batolo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Was that Mr. Reedy?
Mhm.
Mr. Reedy?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Second by Mr. Reedy. Discussion. Anyone?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
will we be updating some of the statistics on this?
Yes, this is a draft letter, so I think if there's
Okay.
more current information, then we would probably use the latest information possible.
Yeah, because it's up over 20% now. There's 100 cases in the last 3 days, and 4 residents have died. And I believe there is,
Yes, I think it's important that we have the most accurate data.
okay, I just wanted to make sure that would be
Okay?
updated.
Mrs. Jellicoe, if I may.
Yes,
Um,
Superintendent McGovern?
Just a real quick update. There's a meeting for it tomorrow morning with some of the other community employers. And so we'll bring that back and then update it and then go from there.
Any other comments? I would just like to make a plea, I guess, is the best way of putting it, to our community. As we stated earlier in some of the public comment, our intent is to keep our doors open. But if these cases get so many that we are directed to close our doors by public health, we have no options. So it's required of our citizenry to please help us keep it open. We want our families, parents to be able to go to work. Kids being in school is paramount to that. And so we're all trying to work together. But the virus is spreading. November 4th has come and gone, and the virus is still here. And if any of you were watching any of the Utah channels last night, you may have noticed that Governor Herbert, I believe it is, has directed a statewide mask mandate in the state of Utah. We're not that far away, and our numbers are increasing. And the bottom line is, many of our severe cases of hospitalization oftentimes are sent to the Salt Lake area. They are full. They're not taking anyone. So we have the medical help here that we have, and we've got to work together to try to get this under control and take personal responsibility and respect for each of our neighbors, each of our friends, and everybody work together to get this virus under control. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. Does that give you the direction that you need, Superintendent McGovern.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, board information. Item 7A, the alternative calendar 4-day school week update.
Mrs. Jellicoe, just
Superintendent?
Just real quick, we have 7A as the alternative calendar update, and then 7B is the cost savings task force.
Right.
Would it be acceptable to this board if we went ahead and talked about the cost savings task force first?
Certainly.
We had a trustee that needed to leave, but would like to be part of the discussion on 7A.
Okay,
And so if I took 7B, if that's the pleasure of the board, then that would give Mr. Mickelson some time to transition for 7A.
okay. Without any, okay, everybody okay? Please proceed with 7B, the cost savings task force update.
Thank you for doing that.
No problem.
Just a couple of real quick things. Our cost savings task force, we're well underway. We've got about 42 people that are part of that effort. We've met 2 times. We have 2 more times that we're going to meet this coming Thursday, and then next Thursday is our optional meeting if we need the additional time. We're going to see how it goes. But there's just a couple of things that I wanted to bring to our community's attention. Tomorrow, we have the online public forum. There's actually 3 of them that we have, and it starts, I believe, at 7 o'clock is our first one, bright and early. So people can participate in that and have 2-way conversations with us on our district YouTube channel. And then we will get out a Parent Square. We sent that out last Friday, but we'll get that out again so that people know. We also have the communications email. So people that want to participate, provide input, but they don't necessarily want to go with YouTube, we also have an email account that is separate for that. So we really encourage our community to be a part of it. Zach, if you don't mind, if you could show just real quick for our community, just a couple of the things. If you go on our district homepage, there's a link there called Cost Savings Task Force. And if you go inside that page and you scroll down, it has have put out numerous facts about the district, from staffing levels to insurance premiums, to a couple of them that I wanted to share with the Board of Education as well as our community. The first one, Zach, I'm good with either one. If you want to do the talking points or if you want to go to the class size. This one, if you want to scroll so we can get to the charts. These, like I mentioned, are all online. But one of the questions that we wanted to put some numbers to it and actually see what the effects of this would be. And we are by no means advocating for this. This actually is probably one of my greatest fears, is to ever have to raise class size. But we thought it was a good factual piece for people to know. In the green charts, it talks about the current section allotment across all of our K-6 in-town schools. And then on the second green chart, if we left our class sizes as K through 3 as 23 students and 27 in grades 4 through 7, it'll show what those staffing allotments would be for next year. This is the process that we would go through in March, but we ran these off of the enrollment at the end of October just for scenario purposes. So just for some talking pieces. So for example, I'll go with Walnut because it's the first one on the left. Our current sections it's 15 if you go on the top of the green chart, because they have 3 first grade, kindergarten, second, third, fourth. What we did on the purple chart, thanks, Zach. What we did on the purple was play this scenario out about if we did with moving that forward for the following year. Some of our schools stayed relatively the same for it, but when you get to the blue chart, let's keep on scrolling, that was where we changed because people would say, well, just increase the class sizes, which would have a horrible effect on our students. We do not want to do that. But we priced this and looked at the numbers. If we change to 25 students for K through 3 and 30 students in 4 through 12. And as you can see by looking through, over on the red in that left-hand corner, it says 10 sections that would be reduced on there. That would be 10 less staff members that we would need. If you compare that to what some of the other schools are, you can see big differences in there. For example, Pilot Butte currently would have 16. It would go down to 14. Eastside has 15. It would go down to 12 sections. And other schools are affected as well. On the last colored chart at the very bottom, this one we played the scenario again. Well, what would it look like if they changed class size to 30? I can't even imagine it. As a teacher, I can't even imagine this. It would be devastating. It truly would, and not good for kids. 30 students in a class, K through 3, and 35 in grades 4 through 12. And under those guidelines, the effects, and I'm just sporadically looking at some schools. So like Sage, for example, would be currently at 15. They'd go down to 10. North Park, currently at 13, would go down to 10. To compare same schools, the East Side, currently at 15, it would go down to 10. So those sections reduced over on the right, or excuse me, on the left in that red font would be 29 sections reduced. So that would be the number of staffing under those current scenarios. And so again, we have great factual information from budget projections to everything that we feel. It's very much an open book process to try to put that out there for our community, for the task force, for any stakeholder to take a look at it. The other one that I thought would be very important, they're all great documents, but the other one is on the cost savings talking points. And as this board knows, we spend a lot of time advocating for the district with the legislature in various committees. And we know that Mrs. Jellicoe has been right there with us as we advocate for Sweetwater One. What's nice about this document here is it talks about all of the cuts that the district has went through since 2015, 2016. And it lists those out year by year of the budget reductions that our district has went through to make ends meet. We've done everything we can to keep things away from kids and to protect our staff and do what's right to give that quality education that's in our mission. Very important to take a look through as we enter into this. These projections, these cuts would be devastating. They truly would. On the middle, right where Zach is at, on the projections that we have, we know next year we would be 3 million. We would be 3 million out, 7.8 million, and then 12.84 million in the following year. We always do 3 years. And with the additional 10%, 20%, and 30%, that would be an additional 8 million on top of the 3 million, an additional 16 million on top, possibly on top of the 7 million. and a 30% cut is 24 million. So again, I encourage our community, please take a look at the documents. If you have a couple minutes of your time, please join in, and we'd love to hear from you as we enter this difficult time. And I very quickly would just like to say a thank you to the task force. We are hopping from the time we start to the time that we end. And so a sincere thank you for that group. Chair Jellicoe and members of the board, any questions that I could answer for you at this point on the task force?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Vitolo?
I'm a member of that committee, and I do appreciate all the things that Superintendent McGovern, Mrs. Bolton has been doing in that committee, all the people that have worked on that, Mr. Duncan, Zach, everybody that's there that's making that happen. It seems like we're looking at this from a position that, I mean, we have to plan if this happens to us. My question is, what can we as citizens and what can we as a board do to help prevent this? And I don't mean to put you in a spot where either of you, and Carol, I'm looking at both you and Ms. McGovern, but you know, I've heard people talk about a 1 cent sales tax, and 1 cent sales tax would cover this whole thing. I guess I want to balance part of this presentation with maybe a solution that doesn't include gutting our school district. And maybe that's inappropriate to talk about right now, but I just wonder if there is any hope for any change.
I was going to bring it up in the good of the order, but I attended a school boards association. As Superintendent McGovern said earlier, we have been testifying to, in particular, the Select Committee on Recalibration, because they are figuring out what's going to happen for the next 5 years. That in combination with the letter that we talked about at the last meeting, where they're projecting 16.5% cuts for this biennium. However, this year is already funded. So they're talking about a 16.5% cut for next year, and then a 27% cut for the biennium thereafter, which would be 13.5% over those 2 years. So we're looking at massive cuts here. And one of the things that came forward at the School Boards Association Board of Directors meeting that I attended last week is a resolution that is suggesting a 1 cent sales tax dedicated to education. And so it will actually come up for discussion in the school boards conference next week. But that's one of the things that I've asked Superintendent McGovern to bring to this committee, because one of the things that the legislators on the select committee want is public input. What are our citizens, what are our constituents willing to do? And why they're not having the conversation, we don't know, but they've asked school boards to have that conversation with their community. And so this task force was a way of looking at areas where we thought maybe we could make some efficiencies, but at the same time, having that conversation with community members and hopefully with public input regarding how willing would our citizens be to help pick up the slack a little bit with that penny tax. So it's at this point, when we responded to the select committee, we said that we would have findings from our task force that we would report on for their next meeting. Their next meeting is December 14th and 15th. And we do intend to show those findings, but you know, please have discussions with people that you meet, because the situation is dire. And it is true that according to projections, their 1 cent tax dedicated to education, and that's the key part. I think we're hearing a lot of people saying that they would be in favor of it if it's dedicated to education. It's not just another penny tax going to the state that they can spend anywhere. This would be, at least our resolution, would be dedicated to education. And we want to confirm some of what we're hearing, but that most people I have talked to personally would be willing to do that. But we need a broader voice. So we would appreciate any input that you can provide to that. I think we're talking about another meeting, the first part of December, a special meeting, so that we can look at the findings of the committee and before we present to the select committee again. But those are just some of the things. But there is talk about the penny tax. But again, the key part of that is dedicated to education, and supposedly it would raise 250 million, which would fill the gap. Is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent McGovern?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
as we talk about this extra penny, what is the expected revenue of a 6 cent tax?
For the
The next-
state, the projections would be around 250 million a year.
Okay, so it would just essentially cover it wouldn't take over funding education as a whole.
No, this would be to fill the gap that has been, because of the loss in money from the extraction industry that has always gone into education. The penny tax would supplant that revenue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions
Madam
or
Chair?
comments? Mr. Reedy?
Yes, ma'am. Just out of curiosity, when they say the penny tax to support strictly educate, that just the school districts K through 12, or does that include the university and the colleges as well?
That would be K-12.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you for that update, Superintendent McGovern. Are we ready to move to 7A? Okay, 7A, the alternative calendar 4-day school week update.
Chair Jellicoe, Superintendent McGovern, and members of the board. The start and end time task force has been meeting. They are going on their fourth. We're going to go on our fourth meeting and most likely have to have a fifth because we'll have to send things out for feedback. And the group will have to decide what's going to go out for vote. Right now, where the group is, they have come up with numerous scenarios of start and end times. And of course, those vary based off of the amount of days that will be in the 4-day week calendar, because we have to, as of right now, we have to meet instructional hours. One of the things that came up though was bringing forth to the board to get feedback and wanting to know what direction the board wanted to go. There's a lot of suggestions out there from starting at 7, and well, obviously, high school will have to be a longer day, no matter what. Now, the length of how much we're having to add to it is going to depend on the number of days in the calendar. But one of the things that the group has discussed is basing decisions based off of research and what's in the best interest developmentally for the kids. And the CDC summarizes the research the best. And that is that secondary students shouldn't start school so early because their bodies developmentally are not functioning usually that first hour that awake. That's been the discussion of the group. And so I guess I'm needing to know what the direction of the board is. If you guys are wanting us to put out every single suggestion that the committee has come up with, or just the suggestions that follow research, or if you guys have some set guidelines, I don't want to send all this out if it's not the direction of the board or something that you guys are going to come back and, or put you guys in a position if I send it out for vote and it's something that comes back that really isn't something that the board is necessarily willing to support. And Max has been serving on this committee as well, and so I don't know if Max has anything to add before this discussion goes forth to the board. Are you, Max, are you there?
Mr. Mickelson?
I am indeed here. Thank you, Nicole. I think you summarized that nicely. The committee, before it can move forward, really just needs to know where the board is on start times for secondary school students. And that there's a lot of different specific times, but essentially starting before 8, bad, starting 8 or later, good, in terms of outcomes and performance for students. And so we would need to have discussion and then some kind of motion around what we are going to direct the committee to continue pursuing. Thank you.
Okay, discussion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I would be in support of following the research. That's pretty well founded that when we give secondary kids a little bit of extra sleep as much as we can, I'm not saying 11, but I think that goes without saying, but yeah, I would support that.
So research-based,
Yes.
okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
I think now we have an opportunity to actually look at some data and take advantage of that opportunity. I know you guys have done some research yourself, but the research says for secondary students, if they start later, even if it's 15 minutes, it would make a big difference when we're talking about increasing their growth, increasing that grad rate. This is an opportunity for us to try that. So I'm a part of that research, and I know that there are some concerns that they may not be home in time for the younger kids, but I think that's something that we can work out. I think right now we need to follow that data, follow that research, and see where it'll help this district improve.
Further discussion? I too would agree that there's a sizable amount of data out there regarding start times, and that we should try to implement what we can within the parameters that we have. But certainly looking at a later start time for secondary students, that's what the data shows. It shows improved graduation rates. It shows better test scores, and absenteeism. You know, the actual act of getting students to their classes improves. So I think those are the directions that we would like to see. So we would like that in the form of a motion, is my understanding?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, is there a motion?
I would move that the board directs the start and end time committee to follow the research-based guidance from the CDC on secondary start times.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Batolo. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Hearing none, the motion passes. So do we have the motion okay? Okay,
Thank you for the guidance.
your bet.
Our next steps will be to, the group will refine some of their options then, and we will send it out to the community, staff and students for feedback. Then the next step after the feedback will be the final meeting with the committee, going over the feedback and refining stuff down to that last step to go out to vote for the staff. unless you guys want to vote from students too, and then I'll bring it forth to the board.
What's your feeling about including students in the data? In the survey?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mickelson?
I think it's vital that we include them for their perspective. Even if ultimately their preference is not what's selected, I don't know that leaving them out is a reasonable approach. Thank you.
Further comments?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
thank you. I just want to give the Democratic breakdown of the votes.
Okay, would you repeat that? It's kind of breaking up.
I'm sorry. When we do the voting, I would love to have a breakdown of it. I know that's weird, but just to make sure.
So
I think I'm getting it that-
including a breakdown of how the various groups vote?
Yeah, I love high
Okay.
school versus
Okay.
junior high and that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you'd like a breakdown of junior high versus high school students?
Yep. And say that typical breakdown we usually do.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, that's not hard.
okay.
And this, when we get the feedback and bring it back and send it, when I say, I guess I better check with you guys, when I say vote, the calendar committee sends out calendars to the staff to vote on what their preference is, that's what I'm asking, if you guys, the vote for should go to the students as well, or if you guys don't even want a vote going out, you just want us to go off the feedback and bring it forth to the board.
So is your intent to bring the start and end times to the board prior to the calendar per se?
Oh, yes, I want them to come to you guys to be voted
Okay.
on before the calendar goes. I don't mean to be confusing. Okay, so in the past, the calendar committee, whenever we have proposed calendars, they go out to the staff to vote, and then I bring that vote forward to the board for the board to make the ultimate decision. The ultimate decision lies with you guys. This is a little bit different process for me. So right now I'm doing the start and end times. We will send the stuff we have out right now for feedback so we can refine what to send out. I was planning on sending it out to vote to the staff. And then my question was, did it need to go to vote to the students too?
I think that's where we were saying that
Yes.
their intent is their input is critical. And then the next step is the day of the week. Is that accurate?
That will go out with this as well.
Okay.
Based off of data. And so both the start and end times and the day of the week will come forth to the board to make the decision on before I move forward with the calendar committee. So I'm a little bit behind on my timeline, but we've got to get all of these steps in order to make sure that we're doing the process right.
Any further comments? Okay, do you have the direction that you need?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman.
actually, it's Mr.
Oh, Mr. Reedy, I'm sorry.
I'm just curious, with looking at the 4-day schedule, I'm kind of curious, how would that affect the cuts that are coming forward? I would be curious to know if there's any way that's going to help the district save money to alleviate some of the future cuts that may be coming due to the state requiring us to cut funding.
So, Mr. Reedy, thank you for asking, and that helps me clarify the timeline comment that I just made. So the 4-day week initially, 4-day week for students, let me clarify that. This is the 4-day week for students. Staff will be working every other designated day off for professional development. This was not decided initially because of cost savings, but with the budget crisis that is impeding, it can save some money. It can save money in the professional development and it can save money in the subs. From my side, I know that there's other areas we can look at to have it help save money. One of the things when I say timeline coming down, I was hoping to get this voted on sooner than later in order to move into the calendar, but I would like to recommend that we have the flexibility for, even though I may get the feedback and we may kind of get the feel of where the teachers and students want to go, that I don't bring it forward to the board to make a decision on quite yet, just because if the terrible cuts come, we may have to have discussions on that, and they may have to change, and I would hate for the board to lock themselves into something to have to go back and undo. And so even though I can run the process and get it done, I would recommend that we hold off on the board voting for just a little bit.
Well, and the other thing is that the WDE, the Wyoming Department of Education, still requires X amount of hours for each level, high school, junior high, and elementary. So we'd still have to meet those hours. So as far as the amount of time teachers are under contract would not really change.
Maybe, maybe not, because we don't know what the legislature is going to propose, but I
Mhm.
mean, there's something out there about them even potentially looking at the amount of per PD days. I
Okay.
hope that they don't touch any of that, but it's those kind
It's
of
a-
things though that could completely affect that I would recommend, just so you
Mm-hmm.
guys aren't put in a bad position, we hold off on voting on.
And that's an open question because, yeah.
Yes,
it-
yeah.
I guess I would say if they don't change those timelines, then the contract time would not really change,
Yes, ma'am.
including professional development and that kind of thing. So is
Yes.
there anything that you'd like to add, Superintendent McGovern?
No, I would just like to echo what Nicole is saying is truly flexibility from the board if we could on that timeline piece. I just feel like, one, I think it would, there's so many, balls in the air on this thing with this budget thing that I truly would hate to put something out there for the board, but for our community, for our families, they're trying to prepare for next year without firmly knowing exactly what that would be. So I would recommend that as well.
Well, and two, there is some talk, who knows what they'll do with this, about delaying the session even. So that could hamper things as well.
Yeah.
Complicate things as well. So any further questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you. Item number 8, the board self-evaluation. This month, we are doing student services. And so those categories, there are 7 of them. Okay, the first one, the board adopts policies for provision of student services, including admission, attendance, and the rights and responsibilities of students who attend district schools. Number 2, the board adopts policies to address the services for at-risk students. 3, the board adopts policies to address the services for children with special needs. 4, the board adopts policies to address the guidance services for students. 5, the board adopts policies to address the student use and access to technology. 6, the board adopts policies to address the student use and access to library and media services. And last, number 7, the board adopts policies necessary to assure appropriate services to address the safety and health needs of students. Okay, discussion regarding the board's role in student services responsibilities. Anyone?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mickelson?
In reading through those and thinking about sort of my experiences over the years, I think the board does a fairly decent job. I don't know that we always prioritize it as highly as maybe we should, but the district does a really good job. And it's certainly something that we attend to regularly. So I was comfortable with it, with 3s on this. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
for me, I went through and I give us 4 and 3s on most of them. I feel like we do a fairly good job in this area, but there's always room for improvement. I'm going to give us like a 3.75 on this one.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
I think the first 4 of those are things that are mandated by law, if I'm remembering the numbers exactly right. I don't have a copy of that right here, but I think those to me would be solid 4s. And then the rest would be, as Stephanie said, a 3.75. I know that's not a rating, but I think we do a good job on that.
Okay, so Mr. Batolo, you would go 3.75?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hay?
Yeah, I think overall it's very good. There's many policies in place for about everything there is out there. Some people don't agree with them. Some don't like to follow them, but they're needed. And I would say a 4.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Mr. Jackman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we do a pretty good job overall. My biggest worry is the last one, number 7. And this is more recent, but we had the parent come to us last December. I don't remember her name. I don't think I could pronounce her name, unfortunately. But to the best of my knowledge, we as a board never did anything further after that meeting, after the public comment. And so I'd say we're probably a 2 in that number 7 category, and then 3s and 4s everywhere else.
So for the entire category, you would provide a
3 1/4.
3 1/4? Okay. Mr. Reedy?
Yes, ma'am. I'd say that a number 4 would be my overall score for that category.
A 4? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to go about a 3.5. I think we do have policies in place and we adhere to those policies for about half of them, and the other half I would do a 3. So mine would be a 3.5. Okay, I think we need to establish some categories moving forward. I think we've fulfilled the ones that we lined out. So my suggestion at this point is let's go ahead and do December, January, and February. Any suggestions on the categories that we have left? Is general, board as a team, board superintendent relationships, policy, meetings, personnel, labor relations, community relations, and board member orientation and professional development. And maybe the board member orientation and professional development might be a good one to address next month in December, since we do have a board training planned for, I think it's December 7th and 8th. So let's do that one in December. Okay, any ideas for January? I'm trying to think if there's anything that we have coming up that would align with,
December's the audit also. We have an audit that month. We have a workshop.
okay. So I'm
Madam
trying to
Chair, I wonder about aligning staff relations with negotiations, or at least
Mhm.
having that before negotiations.
Yeah, and I think that would be more like March or April.
Yeah.
And we can go out that far if you want, but I think probably April would be a better time for that one.
Yeah, that's.
Depending on what happens with the legislature, it may even be May, hopefully in April, so we can do labor relations. Yeah, I'll put it down for April.
Mhm.
Let's see. We could go with meetings, maybe in January. Maybe after this task force is concerned, maybe in February, community relations. And leave maybe policy for March. Okay. All right, so the next 5 months I have planned out. In December, we'll do board member orientation and professional development. January will be meetings. February, community relations. March, policy, and April, labor relations. Okay, so that'll be the calendar regarding our board evaluations. Okay, let's move on to good of the order. Anyone have anything to comment?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jackman?
Mr. Reedy.
Mr. Reedy, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go right ahead.
I just want to give a shout out to all the district employees and all of those involved in the task force, and say thank you for your hard work and dedication. And I know times are tough and everybody's working way more hours with the whole COVID thing. So thank you for everything that you do and keep up the work.
Thank you, Mr. Reedy. Anyone else?
Thank you.
I guess, Madam Chair,
Mrs. Thompson?
I just wanted to find out if we knew who's all going to attend the Wyoming School Board Association conference, because we do need a delegate to vote.
And I checked with Mrs. West. Mrs. Thompson, if you would serve as the delegate
Okay,
for the vote.
Okay.
It will be you and I that attend. And does anyone else want to attend? It's a virtual conference. I was going to bring this up. The School Boards Association Conference, it will be virtual this year. It's November 18th, 19th, and 20th. We have provided you with the resolutions and so forth, and that the resolutions there, that number 5 is the penny tax that we talked about earlier. The first resolution has to do with a mandatory attendance ages at the high school, extending it. The second resolution has to deal with, let's see, the first one, the first resolution is, the increasing the attendance age to 18 or graduation. The second resolution is regarding preschool. The third resolution has to do with confidentiality of school safety discussions and making them appropriate in an executive session. Those 3 have been passed on from the School Boards Association Board of Directors with a due pass to affirm it. The fourth one has to do with simplifying the way to change the number of school board trustees. The School Boards Association Board of Directors took no recommendation on that one. And then the fifth resolution is the 1 penny sales tax for the school foundation program account. And we took a position of affirming that one. So I would be interested in any comments that you have if you're not going to be able to attend the conference, or you could give them to Mrs. Thompson as well. Is anyone else interested? It starts at 1 o'clock on Wednesday, November 18th, and will go till about 4:30. And then on the 19th and 20th, it starts at 8 o'clock in the morning and goes to about noon. And it will be virtual. Mr. Bertolo?
Madam Chair, yeah, I would like to go to that. I apologize. I was out of town this weekend and I
Okay.
didn't get the email.
I'm sure
so
we
I
can
didn't
add,
respond
I'm
in
sure we
time.
can add you. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mickelson?
I have a conflict on the 18th, but I would like to attend on the 19th and 20th if possible.
Okay. And I did get a thing that we can send this into them. That'll be fine. Okay, there is no fee this year since it is virtual, but they do have some keynote speakers and guest speakers and stuff like that. So, okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Batolo?
we'd just like to congratulate our fall sports. We had some things happen this year that haven't happened for a while, especially in volleyball. Congratulations to all the athletes from cross country, girls swimming. We made the playoffs for Rock Springs High School. And this Saturday at, Mr. Hay, help me, at 1 o'clock, is it?
1 o'clock, yeah.
At 1 o'clock, the Pronghorns are going to be playing for the state championship. So anyone that can make it to that means a lot to the kids. Thank you all, those students that participate and also the coaches for those efforts.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good of the order. Okay, item number,
Oh, Madam Chair, sorry, I was struggle bus with my mute button.
okay, Mr. Mickelson.
I just would like to personally emphasize, we've asked so very much of teachers and administrators and other educational staff. And we really need the community to step forward and do their part. I mean, I hear the appeals in the public comment about keeping school open, but at a certain point, we just aren't going to have enough adults to do it. And I know there's a lot of varying opinions out there about coronavirus and the reasoning, but the straight facts are, if the community can't pull together and step up and take that communal responsibility, it isn't going to be the district's responsibility or fault when we aren't able to be in person. And it is really disappointing to see so many people treating it as a joke. I have a friend right now in the hospital who is quite ill. And, you know, we've all just recently lost people in the community that we know. This thing is serious, and it's on all of us to do our part so that the kids can be in school and so that our teachers and other educational staff can do their job without breaking themselves in half. Thank you.
Anyone else? I would join Mr. Mickelson and reiterate my plea earlier. Please just wear a mask, social distance, do the health things that we are being asked to do, and we'll be able to keep our schools open. If we don't, then we're going to risk that. And for those, regardless of what you believe, this is not a political issue. This is a health issue. And we all want our students to be in classrooms. We all want our teachers to be safe, our educational employees to be safe and go home to their families at night and be safe. So please think of it as personal responsibility. Think of it as respect for your neighbor or your friends or your family. But please consider wearing a mask and social distancing whenever you're in public. Okay, item number 10. Next week, November 16th through the 20th is American Education Week. We have a proclamation that we usually sign with Sweetwater Education Association, so I'm going to read that proclamation. Whereas public schools are the backbone of our democracy, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas by equipping young Americans with both practical skills and broader intellectual abilities, schools give them hope for and access to a productive future. And whereas education employees, be they substitute educators, custodians, paraprofessionals, nutrition service providers, secretaries, maintenance, teachers, bus drivers, or other special providers work tirelessly to serve our children and communities with care and professionalism. And whereas schools are community linchpins, bringing together adults and children educators and volunteers, business leaders, and elected officials in a common enterprise. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim the week of November 16th to the 20th, 2020 as American Education Week. And it will be signed this 9th day of November 2020 by myself, Superintendent McGovern, and Cheryl Notman, who is the. Is there a motion to approve that proclamation? It's been moved by Mr. Batolo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mickelson. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed by the same sign? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, new business. We have the vacancy notice as of November 2nd, 2020. You will notice there are no names on that. Superintendent McGovern and Mrs. Bolton have closed all the positions, and they will be reopening them soon as appropriate. Item 11B, calendar for the months of November and December 2020 and January and February 2021. 11C, October 2020 Head Start Liaison Report. And if I could have a motion for an executive session for the discussion of legal and personnel matters.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Thompson. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. So we are in executive session for the purpose of legal and personnel matters. Thank you. We do not anticipate any action upon our return. motion? Are we good? I'd entertain a motion to return from executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Thompson. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion, all opposed, nay. Motion passes. And it is a motion to adjourn at 8:44. Motion to adjourn,
So moved.
moved by Mrs. Thompson, second.
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 Second by Mr. Batolo. All in favor, please say aye.
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 We are adjourned.
Have a good night, y'all.
Thursday night is the task force, right? Okay.